Hooray, we here. Pick me a random one. Hell yeah. Okay. Welcome. Today's one of those days, dude. I'm having a time and a half. So is Eclipse, apparently, which is lovely. I love that for it. Round of applause for Eclipse, dude. The program, not the person. It's not even funny. Okay. Wow, I decided to make that extremely funny for no reason. Okay. So we have a list of things that we need to do. Couple things. And yes, it's DDD. So I find this really funny. I work on another mod, like Chaos Edition, Scaling Feast, my mental health. And then DDD throws a tantrum and something breaks, and then I gotta go fix it again. Well, not something break. Well, it's not really something that like sort of really broke, but it was like there's requests and stuff, right? So, you know, there's that. Um okay. OBS, are you okay? Am I okay? That's a good question. I don't even know if I can answer that. Can we get to the Gradle tasks? Like what if fuck is this? I don't know. We're gonna have a wait a while. Anyway, I'll have to write all this down too. Our list. We need our to-do. Where's our to-do list? Oh my gosh, Eclipse is having a fucking stroke. Never mind. Never mind. I woke up a little late today, so that's my computer. I guess is still trying to start up, or Eclipse is still trying to start up. So oops. Um. Let's see. Do I have like anything? No, like I would try and like maybe load up some little game while we wait for this to work, but the problem is that my computer's having enough of a stroke as is. I do not wish to give it more of a problem. It is taking its fucking time though. 33%. Wow. You can't see, it's hidden behind, well, it's like sort of hidden behind White-chan, but it's like way down here. It says right there, 33%. You can basically just barely make out the right parentheses and the percent sign. We're at 35%. This is what we're cooking with, really? This is what we're cooking with? Alright, well, look. So this is the protocol-based add-on for DDD, like whatever, that's separate. Brother! I can't, I was gonna start typing stuff, but then I got a pop-up saying, user operation is waiting. It has to load the Gradle before I can even do anything. Wow. There we go. Just as I did the mini crossword. Okay, so we have a couple of things. You know, we have a couple of things. First things first. We have bugs. We have aesthetic. I don't think that's how you spell aesthetic. I don't care. That's close enough. And then we have additions. This is basically what we're doing. We have the new logo, right? So this is a logo. Logog. The logo. We have, I guess this is technically supposed to be here, right? That's how this is working. We have the built-in type colors. And there's maybe other things. A switch statement. Shields with mixins. That's gonna. This is the big thing. Using mixins for shields as opposed to whatever the fuck I was doing before. And this is another big thing. Ender skills compat. This is also huge. These are like the big things. Like shield mixins and ender skills. There's like really not too much outside of that, unless I'm like forgetful. I might have forgotten something. Let me check. No, that's about it. The only other thing I need to check then is I need to check my DMs with Shivoxy to remember the other shit that I did. Boop boop boop. Okay, there's that. Oh yes. It's like weird performance thing. There was that. Yeah, so that's fine, that's fine. Okay. I think that's it. So some built-in type colors, the switch statement fix, the DDD shields with mixins, and then performance with the daylight tracker. And then ender skills. And like I think that's it. I don't think I'm gonna check the integration list to see if there's anything else. I don't think there is. Official mod integration list. Planned, none. Added, considered. Yeah, no, that's about it. The only other integration that's really done is whatever. Okay. I'm gonna edit this so that I can add ender skills. Okay. Wait. Bollocks, bro. It's gotta have a dash there. Okay, good. Anyway. So we have this stuff. This is the stuff. We can definitely throw the logo in. That should be pretty quick, and then we do these things. The Shields with Mixin is pretty huge. The Ender Skills compat is also pretty huge. This is technically important, but I don't know if I'd call it huge per se. There's definitely some looking into profiling stuff that I need to do or whatever, which, you know, is my favorite thing to do. I'll have to look into how to profile and check, sorry, how much performance is actually like eating up, so. What modifications were made to this thing? I'm sure about its wizardry category. What changes were made here? Uh, what change did I make? This is config compat. Apparently there is some change here. Minion 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's likely some kind of typo. I don't know what the typo was. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let this stash some. Okay, stash this. I don't give a shit. And then we gotta switch to master, because apparently I'm not on master. Oh wait, I gotta pull this. Give me everything. There we go. What problem do you have right now? Project not built since the source file can be right. Brother, pull it. It's right here. It's literally right here, bro. You're completely high. Delete this. This marker no longer exists. What the fuck are you on? Oh, wow, it really doesn't work. Alright, whatever, dude. I don't give a shit. Wait, did I? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. There we go. I'm like really curious. What is this? One file changed, one insertion, one deletion. What did I change? I need to know now. So this is a principle. Oh, yeah, okay. Fuck, I didn't even... God damn it. I changed this to these, because that was a typo, genuinely. And then I made another typo. Lovely. I fucking... It's so great. Can we, like, not... Okay, good. I think that's everything. I think that's all the dumb shit. Alright, whatever. We're good. So, now that we got that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna branch now. How do you delete branches locally? Local branch, what is it? Oh, it's -D, okay. Can I do get branch -D 1.8? I don't need that local branch anymore. All right, get branch 1.9. And then check out 1.9. What's the other thing I gotta do? I gotta git push set upstream. Origin, yeah, okay. Cool, we have a branch. Nice, alright, good shit. Now, we can do all of this. Well, actually not DDV. If I do DDV, I don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll deal with that later. It's not now. Now we do these. First, we're gonna do something easy, which is like the logo. That's like easy peasy. We go to here. So right now, logo looks like this. Could be a little bit better, right? I like how some of these are here, but some of them aren't. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for you. So this is images slash DDD banner dot ping, which is gonna be right here. DDD banner. So what I want to know, what I need to check, what I gotta verify is let's go to here, let's go to here, images. How big is this banner? This banner is 548 by 247. So now what I want to know is if I go to like how did you do this scaling fees? How you do? This was set to 513 by 144. And the other, this was set to 550 by 276. Approximately the same thing, right? So I need this to be approximately a 548 by 247. And currently the version I have is 1024 by 349. That sounds about right. So how can I shrink that? Okay, for starters, this thing. Where is this? What am I doing? I need to open this in a new window. I need to do this. This is not something I'm not like programming right now. I gotta add this image first, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay, so these are the images, right? So this is DDD icon 2, and then DDD title, right? And then this DDD title, I'm gonna copy this because I gotta check, there's something else I gotta quickly check. Quickly check how scaling feast did in main resources, I believe, assets. Right, assets, scaling feast, textures. No, it's not in textures. Images, a banner, not ping. Okay, so I do the same thing here. I have to go to source, main, resources, assets, distinct damage descriptions, images. We have DDD banner alt. We're gonna put this in. And we're gonna delete it. Well, we're gonna change this to DDD banner alt. Then we get rid of this. And then we do this. DDD banner alt.ping. Okay, we got that now. So that's that. I don't think I need to change the size of this, right? Yeah, I didn't need to. Okay. Perfect. Now go down to back to the images. I have to shrink this. What's the easiest way to do this? I guess edit it in Paint. No, don't to change the resize. Pixels. Change this to about 500. No, you fucking nerd. I now gotta go take this from the other thing. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Okay, can't do it in Paint. Doing it in Paint's stupid. I need to do it in something else. Hello, how's it go? I'm struggling for no reason. Edit it with. Can I edit with photos? Wait, can I edit with Paint 3D, or is Windows gonna throw a fucking hissy fit? You are gonna throw a hissy fit. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. All right, fine. I'll open GIMP. Shut up. I changed the size of this picture, and I didn't want to, like, wait for GIMP to open, so I'm like, I'll do it in Paint, but Paint gave it a white background because it's fucking Paint. Ugh. I'm going back to bed. But, you know, that's where I am mentally. How are you doing? Damn. Yeah, I mean, we'll get there, right? Like we'll be fine. Bruv. Everything will be fine. Okay, now how do I resize? Oh right, yeah. Change this to scale. Scale this, maintaining aspect ratio. What's the size of this other thing? Bruv. What size is this other thing? 548. Alright, set to 550. 550. Da da da. Alright, cool. Let's scale that shit. Now, layer crop the content. No, sorry, it's image crop to content. Fuck, I keep getting those mixed up. Crop the content. All right, cool. Now, save this. Oh wait. Alt FX. Export it. We are in images, set to this, replace this, boom. Okay, yep, export. Bam, all right. Interesting, I have learned my mom is a really good counsel for RPG stuff, and I suspect I will never hear the end. Or good consult, I suspect, for RPG stuff. What doth thou consulteth? I'm just gonna stop saying dumb shit before I. What'd you consult her with, right? Let's talk like a normal human being right now. Thanks. Okay. So now I changed this to images. DDD title 2. Boom. Fuck off. Save it. Wait, what? Either change the encoding or move the character not supported by this encoding. What character is encoding? Control Shift S. Save me. Try brother? Save as. Readme.md. Yes. Some characters cannot be mapped using the character encoding. What the fuck are you on? What characters can't be mapped with the encoding? Oh, the fucking emoji! The fucking emoji! Also, I know there's a background remover online. True, but so the original logo, right, which is this, the original file for this, it doesn't have a background. I needed to shrink it in Paint so that it was not 10,024 pixels across. Problem is that doing that in Paint added a white background. So instead, do that in GIMP, which won't add a white background. That's which is easier than finding some background remover online. And the reason why it's easier is because we've got like if maybe not everything was really white, that'd be fine, but I'm not going to trust the background remover to get this bit right here, but it should, or these bits in between, but they should. But how do you tell that that's part of the background versus not part of the background? I suppose maybe the tool allows you to do that, but whatever, right? I don't want to deal with that because that might not come out perfectly. I already have it perfect, so just do it correctly, right? I have to change the fucking emoji. We have whatever this is, whatever this is, whatever this is, and a per mil sign. Not a percent sign, a per mil sign. And we have this. Brother. Can I change the file encoding? What file encoding supports emojis? Why the fuck do I have emojis here? Change the file encoding. Brother. Change file encoding. File properties? Oh, yes. Just change file encoding. ASCII or no? I think I need this. Apply and close. All right, I gotta go fetch the emojis that I had again. Why did I have emojis in this? Why did I make my life so much harder? Why did I do this to myself? I should be able to just copy the emoji though. All right, where's this cloning? Yeah, okay. This should be this. The fucking emoji worked, dude. Why is it backwards? Why is it backwards? Bruv. Also, I talked to my mom about basically D&D stuff because I wasn't sure about my judgment, and she discovered A, material I was using was on Roll20, just paywalled for specifics, and B, I'd misread something important. That's hilarious. Don't look, if you okay, I understand supporting creators on Roll20 or whatever. Support creators on Roll20. Or maybe buy official content. I don't know. Hasbro's fucking weird. Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast are weird. I I don't know. It's like when it comes to D&D stuff, just like find it online. But then again, I don't know the specifics, right? So I'm not gonna ask about the specifics per se. Um. Okay, I need different properties. I need different. Oh wait. Can I do UTF-8? Yeah, UTF-8, UTF-8, UTF-8. How does that work? Does UTF-8 not shit itself? That'd be great. Or should it be UTF-16? Text file emoji encoding. Is it UTF-8 or UTF-16? Tell me. Yes, to handle emojis in text file are two crucial elements character encoding, with UTF-8 being the widely recommended standard. Okay, UTF-8. I think this is just the markdown preview thing being borked because like it doesn't do this correctly. But I'll do some of this correctly. So this will probably show up fine. If not, whatever, I have swapped shit. Save that. Why did I get an error? Why it bing at me? Why you bing at me? Okay. Oh, well, yeah, I think I'm gonna get official stuff on Roll20 to avoid headache, but overall it's just funny. Really? I mean, if you know what it is, you can just, like, make it yourself, right? Or am I missing something? That was the easiest thing, and it also took me 39 minutes. I'm so happy right now. This is sarcasm. What does this say? You always encode text when writing a thing. Let's turn emoji into text. No, we'll turn it into bytes, which is job of encoding. If you decode bytes from encoding, that doesn't look correct. Okay, yeah. No, we're good. We're good. No, you're right. But at this point, I'm more paying for convenience, I presume, instead of conscience. Because these specific stuff is a pain to find each time. That's why you make it once, and then you don't need to remake it later. Like, if it's a monster from a book, you just make the monster yourself and just copy everything over. Again, I don't have the full story. I don't know. I just don't want you to spend your money on stuff that you do not need to spend it on, right? Watch out for the homies. Here's a story. Here's a story of a way I saved money because I did not need to spend money. All right. Here's the story. I Oh, thanks, man. My wallet thanks you. And yo, story time. Yeah. So I had a So let's say you have two PDFs, right? I had to figure out how I want to start story. Let's say you have two PDFs and you want to glue the PDFs together, right? I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish. I'll tell the story in a sec. I'll tell the story in a minute 19. I have this. This is a client-side config. This is actually a really easy fix as well. Oh wait, I can actually... Wait, did I not rename this thing? Source main resources, assets, DDD, images. No, it can't be banner2.ping, bro. It'll be banner.ping. There, that change, we add that and that. Okay. I can now tell the story. So, I had a situation where I wanted to stitch two PDFs together, right? And you use Adobe for that, right? You can concatenate PDFs with Adobe, but that's a paid service. This should not be a paid service. You should be able to stitch PDFs together for free. It is not hard to, like, it should not be a paid service. It is ridiculous to be a paid service. You can find some PDF stitchers online and stuff, but it's always kind of annoying to have to do that, right? And then I realized I don't need to spend all this time and or money to do this. There's no point. So what I did is I wrote a Python script that will take a list of files, like you select a bunch of PDFs, and it writes a LaTeX document that injects all those PDFs one after another, and then all you have to do, and then I think it actually compiles the LaTeX file into a PDF, and it basically just stitches it together for free. It is easy. And I did not need to pay for Adobe to do that, because I should never have to pay to stitch PDFs together. It is so dumb. Now, granted, I needed to know LaTeX, or I guess not latex, LaTeX is I guess the correct way to say it. I had to know LaTeX, and I had to know how to stitch it together, and I had to know Python to be able to bring it all together, right? But that should never be, like it shouldn't have been a thing to begin with, right? Now, I had the means to do it myself, so I literally did a fine, I'll do it myself, and did it myself. So, you know, that's where my perspective comes from. Moving on, we're gonna do this. Dude, the skill. Damn, that's impressive. Right? Because I ain't paying for that. There's no point. Is it in here? Instant something, instant effect, this, yeah. So, here's the stupid thing. This is so dumb. So the problem is that, this normally works fine. However, if you check something else, it's line 64, right? Yeah. If you've like added additional creature enums with Forge, it like breaks because I guess it doesn't know how to do that, which is dumb. But either way, we rewrite this to if target.get creature attribute, not targer, equals enum creature attribute dot undead. Yeah, okay, that's it. Then we will be checking for instant health, and the type will be radiant. Otherwise, we will be checking for what? Wait, this is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid, brother. Because that was default, right? So, dude, what am I doing? Look at this. Boom. Put this here. Boom. Put this here. Whoops. Have the default types be this. And then if we're undead, then what we're going to do is we're just going to switch to instant health and radiant. But since the default is necrotic and instant damage, we can leave these, like, we can assign these initially. I don't even know why this is here. Like, this is no reason to be here. This can be there. Just make an empty optional. If it's enabled, then do all of this. Otherwise, just return the empty optional. There's no point, like, doing that. This is an easy way to avoid the switch. Then we don't have a switch statement, then we don't crash. Because Forge is... Let me give you a lesson. Let me educate the masses. This right here is an enum. What are Java enums? Java enums are a collection of predefined variables. You could use an enum to represent days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? And if you wanted to represent days of the week, you basically have two ways to do it, right? You either assign each day of the week a number. Monday will be 0, Tuesday will be 1, Wednesday will be 2, and so on. And then you have to remember that 0 equals Monday, 1 equals Tuesday, and so on, which is not great. Or you do what programmers do now, which is you make an enum for the different types something can be. But the important thing about an enum is that the amount of values are defined at compile time, which means the amount of enum creature attributes is 4. It is 4 because there are 4 here. And that is it. Right? And this is the Java this isn't even like convention or whatever. This is the this isn't even convention or standard. This is like the what's the word I'm looking for? This is the contract of what Java enums are. If you're making not even just Java enums, but like enums in general, if you're making an enum, the contract is there is a set amount of values defined at compile time. And that amount of values will not change later on. Take a guess what Forge lets you do. Forge will allow you to add additional enum values. Now, I actually ran into this problem with DDD and Electroblob's Wizardry, because there was an Electroblob's Wizardry add-on that added additional like Electroblob damage types, and that broke the way DDD checked for things, because DDD did a switch statement on the enum of different Electroblob damage types, but that switch breaks down if you change the amount of enums that there are. Because the way a switch basically turns into stuff, where's this? I don't have the switch here. The way a switch turns into stuff is that it basically indexes all the values and then, searches for the value you want and then it hits that case, right? If you change the amount of enum values that there are, you're going to index out of bounds. Because now your code, when you wrote the switch, is going to be compiled based on the amount of values that are here, not the amount of values that are there during runtime. So it completely breaks down because it completely goes against the contract of enums. Now, why the hell does Forge let you do this? Well, Forge lets you do this because this is modding. And when you're modding something and you're altering something, sometimes you have to do some hacky stuff. Mixins are an example of hacky stuff, right? You're injecting your code into other code, right? Now, Mixins is very well made to make sure it doesn't break, and I'm not saying that Forge is not well made. Forge is well made, obviously. I mean, 1.12 Forge, it's old, obviously, but like, I understand they need to allow it because, it's important, because it gives modders maximum flexibility to do whatever they need. But there's gotta be a better way, right? Instead of injecting an enum and then any switch statement ever that relies on this enum just breaks down. It's like, no, don't do that. So now the nice thing here is that DDD didn't need to use a switch statement here because it was undead or not undead. So I can just do this to check for undead and then do whatever, right? Like I don't need to have a bunch of it didn't need to be a switch statement. The fact that it was a switch statement was kind of weird. It probably shouldn't have been a switch statement. So for the context of this, great. This is actually probably a better way to write it anyway. But in general, it's just bad. Like do not add enums. Like try to avoid doing that if at all possible. Right? Or Forge should create a bridge between this enum and an expanded set that you can add to. And then this enum isn't touched, and then when you check for a creature attribute, it first tries to pull from the expanded set, potentially going back to this later. Because this is Forge. Forge could actually add to this enum creature attribute an interface, right? They could implement an interface onto this enum because Forge is doing a lot of base modifications because like it's the loader for everything. And then have that be a bridge between an expanded set and the original set, and then you don't have to worry about this problem. Now, is that a lot of work? Maybe, yeah, but like you avoid this shit, right? Anyway, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. That's that. I entered a really long conversation with people about that. Um, because it shouldn't it should not be like that. But it is, right? It just is. I'm not going to go into the specific. I could read like the specific conversation and the specific way that people explained how the switch statement compiles into actual Java bytecode and why it completely breaks down. But that conversation was a long time ago. I would have to go looking for it. And not only do I not know if I can look for it. Oh wait, this is these things. Okay. Let's just put this here and then we can remove this. There we go. So, yeah, that's basically it. Like, I'm not going to go digging for the full conversation, but just know that the way switch statements on enums compile to bytecode break down if for some reason you add to the bytecode. Why do they break down? Because the compilation is not expecting the bytecode to the amount of enum values to change, because by design it is not possible to change. By design. But apparently, you can do that. Oh wait, this should be here. Anyway, I'm done rambling about it, I promise. Is there a better way to load this thing? Hmm. If I do I have a subcategory for the different colors? Probably, right? Like, it's very interesting. One could say this means that this is the equivalent to, instead of having a door that opens, they have an upscale doggy door. It works, but it's weird. Yeah, sort of, right? Like, the one problem with that analogy is that it doesn't quite encapsulate the problems that come from having an upscale doggy door, right? Because the problems here is that like some shit just like straight up breaks, right? It's like trying to drive your car to a destination, right? But instead of going, oh, I should drive responsibly, you're going to tape your gas pedal to the you're going to tape your gas pedal down. It can get you there, but something's going to break along the way. Oh, you do technically have that as a separate thing. All right, fuck it. We'll have this as a separate thing. This should be final. Yep. Yep. Take me to here. What is, can this be a byte? Do Forge config support bytes? Config fields. Where was I here? No, that's not it. Config annotations. There. This is 1.12. Okay. Okay, Forge's test. Okay, which do you... Config types. There's Boolean, Boolean array, Boolean, Boolean array, float, float array, float, float array, double, double array, double, double array, byte, byte array, byte, byte array. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll make it a byte. Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Abstract damage type. You have your color here as an int. Wait, can I make a map? Can I make a map? Wait, dude, that'd be sick as fuck. Because then I can change this to, instead of having this, it can just... I can have a constructor that doesn't have a color, and then it pulls for the name, the built-in name. Doesn't this have a thing to remove the prefix. I guess I don't really need to worry about it. Anyway, all right, I get it, 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 I get it. Maybe I don't need this. And then you, as a static initializer, you set it. Okay. And then what is, it's an int, right? But it should be, I think I can do public map string integer. Make a new hash map, and then as a static initializer, I guess this is not a static initializer, we just need a regular initializer. I guess set it here, equals maps.new hash map. Actually, I guess I would want to put this in not here, in the default values, right? It should be built in. Built-in damage type colors. Maps dot builder. Can I get a hash map builder? No. Okay, whatever. Just maps dot as map set function returns a live map view whose keys are the contents of set and whose values are computed on demand using function. To get an immutable copy instead, use toMap. No. From properties. Creates an immutable map string. Oh, it's string. I don't give a shit about that. Whose keys are distinct elements of keys and whose values for each key was computed by value function. The map's iteration order is the order of the first appearance of each key in keys. For that, I could do from properties. Properties normally derive from map object, but they typically contain strings, which is awkward. This method lets you get a plain old map out of a properties. The problem is I'd have to pass on a properties, and that's kind of weird. Wait, but there's a toMap thing. Oh, it's for it. Yeah, it's for an iterable, and then a function that maps it, which doesn't really work. All right, new hash map. Maybe new hash map here then. Can we have a static block here? I mean, yeah, I guess we can. Oh wait, maybe not. It cannot define initializer. Hooray! That's lovely. Okay, so we can't do this like this. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't. Okay, we can't put it there. I think I have no choice. I have to type it out, right? Because I can't reference these types before they are created. Right? So that would be very bad. And so we'll do unknown. And we'll do normal. And then we'll do... Wait, no, leave that as... Well, slashing... Piercing... And bludgeoning, and then we'll have acid. That's definitely how you spell acid. Cold. Fire. I don't know what's next. Acid, cold, fire, force. That is in fact what would come next. Lightning, necrotic, poison. Lightning. Necrotic. Poison. Radiant. Something and then thunder. I forgot psychic. And thunder. So this is 0x A. This is just 0. What the fuck am I doing? And then I have slashing, which is F, and then we have all this stuff, okay. 0x F. 0x F. That's an O. 0x F. This is acid. This is gonna be 0x, and what say ye? 00E600. 00E600. And now cold is 00DBD8. DBD8. 00DB5F. Or sorry, it's 0x DB5F00. DB5F00. 0x DB2100. DB21, excuse me, DB21. DB2100, and then we have 0000CF. Zero X 404040. I forgot the 0x. Can I just put the 0x for all of these? Zero x. Okay, there we go. Now it's just do all these. 7600BA. 7600BA. Over here. FF0084. FFAE. FFFA5E. This is C9, C9, C9. Welcome back. I don't know if this is solid, but we're gonna see. I don't know if I need this. We're gonna build this. Right? Because now the client category has this set to this. And if I am correct, it should be able to accept a map as a field, which is very interesting. And then you wonder why I did not do that for everything else. And to that I say, I don't know, bro. I am not smart. Actually, I didn't know it was a thing. I mean, it's fine. This is this. Yeah, okay. This is the right thing. All right. Open the folder for this. Do this. Load that up. Build this now. Don't have a fucking aneurysm. I swear to God, DDD, if you throw a temper tantrum because I haven't been working on you for the past month and you decide, I don't feel like working, we're gonna have a problem, you and I, alright? So, you best fucking get your shit in order. Very acceptable reasoning, I agree. Java should compile, that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, we need this. This should be this DDD, which should be gone. And then go all the way up, all the way, even more. Go to the build folder. All right. And now we wait. I just want to see, like if maps work, In the config, I want to see how this looks. If this is way too finicky to get right, then I'm not gonna bother. If it only accepts a map from string to string, I'm not gonna bother, because it's kind of pointless. And then I will just have a separate category that defines all the colors, whatever, right? I hope this works. Again, you could really argue, you could make a solid, like a really solid argument that this should be a map that should map Minecraft Cave Spider to this. And like this should be a map, and 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 this should be a map. No, that's just a list, that's fine. But this should be a map, and 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 actually, I guess this doesn't have to be a map. That would have to be like a multi-map or something, which is weird. But this should be a map, and this should be a map, and this should be a map, but not really. I don't know. I think the only thing you could really make a solid argument for is that this could be a map, this could be a map, and like that's it. No, this could be a map. The armor and the damage could be maps. But the resistances, why should this be a map? Because like you have this, but then you have this, but then you have this, and then you have this, right? Like you have multiple things. So I don't think it makes too much sense to have this as a map. The shields can be a map. Minecraft launcher, I'm gonna shoot you. Boom. I said that and the launcher closed. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, terminate the process, do what you need to do. Okay, it built, fundamentally, right? It fundamentally built. Did I exile DDD from this? I did, okay. Well, launcher got shooted. You're right, it did. So funny. Okay. So I think on further inspection, you can't really make these maps because you can't make the mob resists map. You can't make this a map because it'd be way too complicated as a map. Which means if you're not making this a map, why make anything else a map? Just have it all be the same so that they're all kind of the same to edit. Which means me 5 years ago or whatever made the right call. But for the damage type colors, if I can use a map and it's not that finicky or whatever, I'm 100% using a map. Maybe. The problem is that you could theoretically add new entries into the map, but there's no point because it's only going to read those certain values. So maybe that's not even the play either, right? What I would like is, in an ideal world, this damage type is able to use the fact that its name is slashing to go find the correct config field to pull its color. That way I don't have to hard code, oh, go over here, go over here, go over here, for like all like 15 types or whatever. It would be great if that process could be automated and it could just go grab what it needed. Because then 0% chance, like 0% chance something gets fucked. Because I don't make because I like make a typo or whatever, right? it would be great. It would also look awesome. But in order to do that, it needs to like know the field name to grab. And you see the problem with that. We could grab the field, but that might extend the load time a little bit. Is it gonna matter? Probably not. It might extend the load time by like, at best, half a second. Or like at worst, half a second is how much it extends it by, which is like not really that much. I could benchmark it. There is benchmarking stuff for it, so that is fair. I don't know if it benchmarks this, but well, that would be under the registries, because it would then add all these types to the damage type registry, and to add all these types, it needs to initialize all of them. So that would probably go into the damage type registration. That's what I think. And right now, it loads the registries in 80 milliseconds. It's an 80 millisecond load time for the registry, which is like, assume I add like 20 milliseconds on top of that. That technically means that yes, it's loading 20%, like, or it's 25% slower, right? Is anyone going to notice 25 or 20 milliseconds? Do you notice 20 milliseconds? And this is like at worst. At worst, like at best, it's like non-existent. So okay. So I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I don't even think it's gonna be that bad. It did load the config because we got to here, which means it accepts the map as a valid config entry. Because the config entry was annotated, so it should read that, and we should actually find it in the client-side config. And more importantly, dude, check this out. Check this out. Where is it? 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 Boom! Look at that. I gotta do like this. Boom! Look at that. New logo, just like scaling fees. Now this logo's kind of been around for like a month or whatever. I posted it in the Discord. But now it's actually in game. It's right here, and it looks real good. Okay, let's go to client. Yo, it just here. Wait, but you can't add. You can't add. Interesting. A color is used in tooltips for built-in damage types. The color needs to be a valid hex color. Now this... Oh, this surprisingly has the right thing. Oh, I thought it would... Interesting. Okay, it doesn't matter. Do I like this? Ignore the fact that this is this is typed wrong. Do I like this? No, I don't. I actually hate this. I hate this so much. This is garbage. Because what are these numbers? These numbers are what these numbers are is that it's the hex value converted into decimal, which means changing this is not trivial at all. You have to get the hex color you want and then convert it to decimal and then put this here. This sucks. Now, it could be a map of string to string, and then you just put in the hex thing, and then it parses it, right? That's an option. I guess that's an option. And I guess this does this is basically exactly how I would have it work if I just had like a separate category for it. But now I can just pull the map, put in the name, and then we're good. I just need to not fuck up the name. And then I make the map immutable because you can't add to it. Although in theory you still can though. How does this actually look in the config file? Because that's a big deal, right? You could, in theory, add additional things here. I don't know if I like that. And I guess you could theoretically do that anyway, right? So I guess we could use a map. Built-in damage type colors. Kind of hate how it's set to lowercase. When it's like this. This needs to be a string. Right? And then this needs to be strings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boop, boop, boop. Nope, not like that. Boop, 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 boop. I could 100%. Wait, what the heck? This is not even right. Cold, what are you set to? 00 dBd8. I just put this as dBd8. Can I fucking... I'm so fucking tired of doing this. Zero X... digit, no, I need a capture group. How the hell do you do this? I need to remember. How do you do a back reference? Numeric reference. Oh, capture group. Oh, okay. I have to capture group this. Digit. There's a way better way to do this. Digit, and then I do exactly 6, so I match exactly 6 of these. Find, boom, there we go. Oh wait, no, it needs to not be exclusively a digit. It needs to be a digit, or it needs to be the character class A to F, 0 to 9. There you go. Look at that. We got it all. And then we're going to replace it with quote and then the back reference. I'm a fucking genius. That was awesome. Could I have slightly done it faster if I did it myself? Yes, but the point is, it was the moral victory. Do I need to have the DDD part here? I don't know. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving it here. Boom, look at that. So now what I do is in the... I actually don't need this damage type colors thing now. So this thing can be gone! Later, idiot. The built-in damage type, we're going to create a new constructor. I need this. Oops. And then this is just this. Should it be better if we have these damage type things be configurable? I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. If someone's gonna bitch that much, I'm gonna say bruh. Don't care. So this is going to, oops, don't do that. This is going to do this. Name is physical, physical. Death attacker message. Death message. False. That's gonna collapse to this one. This one is gonna collapse to this one. And that's gonna call super. This is gonna be this. Which one? This one. Name, physical, boop, boop. This thing is what I need. Mod config dot client dot damage type colors dot get for the name. Because the name is going to be this bit right here. In which case, remove this. How many do I have? Okay, yeah. Replace with nothing. Yeah. Okay. So now, do I have a config reader? I should, right? Like, where's the... hex regex? It's in the abstract JSON parser. Yeah, it's literally just this. I need to borrow this regex again. Parse hex. Is there a, wait, is there a better way to do that? Yeah, parse int, just like that. Integer.parse int. Doo 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 doo. What the hell? I got a random error. I don't know why. So this will be what is this gonna be? This is gonna be if well, actually, get the string first. Get the string first. Get that. Then, if color dot matches hex regex, then we're good. Then I can return integer dot parse int color with radix 16. Otherwise, I throw a new something or other. I can throw a syntax exception. It does extend runtime exception, so I can throw a syntax exception, because it is technically syntactic exception. Okay, do that, and then this is going to be name color. Yes, okay. So now it's just that. Parse hex or throw on the name. And bruh. Damage type %s doesn't have a color defined in client damage type colors. And we're gonna put name. And then if the color does not match, we're gonna do that. We'll write it with some guards, like this. Okay, this is better. If it's null, we throw this. If it doesn't match, we throw this. Otherwise, we do that. And then this is the parse hex or throw. And now I don't need this. Zero X, and then it's gonna be A to F 0 to 9 6 times. Right? It finds all of these. And then I just removed this one myself. And now Eclipse has a stroke. Nice. Love that. Love that for ya. No, bruh. We'll have a name, we'll have this, we'll have null, we'll have null. And then we'll have hidden. This one goes to here, yeah. And then, fuck it, dude, just copy this, get rid of this, get rid of this, go here, remove this, and then have this be false. Like this. So this telescopes to this, which telescopes to this. With no death messages. So now I can actually remove a lot of these. I don't think this is used anywhere. No, so we don't need that anymore. This is the base one, so that's used. This is parsed like this, and then these all telescope to this one. So we need that. And now it should, Now this should work. This should be configurable. I'm gonna remove this from the config. Oops. And now we're gonna rebuild it. Let's do that. I don't need this. I don't need GIMP open anymore. I can go. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye forever. Not really. And then I go here, and I'm gonna find a DDD, and we're gonna delete that, and then we're gonna wait for this to build, which it's nearly done, and then we're gonna drag it over, we're gonna make sure that works, and that's that done. And now the type colors can be defined instead of hard-coded, which is fair. You could argue the next step would be to have the death messages for these be definable. I don't give a shit. It's fine. It doesn't need to be definable. It does not matter. Alright, that's for the mix in there. That's different. And what crashed? Default damage distribution behavior. What the hell? I got a null pointer exception. I thought I literally accounted for that. Bless you? What the hell? Okay, what the fuck is this? Where is this? API implementation. Wait, no, but that's... The fuck? Capability implementation. That's where we're at. That makes sense. When a problem's so bad, you start speaking British. Yeah, that's... I didn't even notice I was doing that. And then I get a null pointer over here, line 97. Bless you. Oh, fuck off, mate. Wait, I'm so confused now. The registry should be... done, right? No, it's not. Really? What's my loading cycle here? What the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Integration kernel, boop 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 boop. We're gonna run loaders. Yeah, we run the loaders here in the initialization. We don't even get to this part. Wait, we don't even get to this. Right? Am I to understand that correctly? Yeah, we don't even get that far. What the heck? Wait a second. We don't even get, like, here. We crash before there, because it tries to... Wow, okay, because this doesn't exist yet. Because we're here. If I set this to this, I know what will happen. What will happen is, it won't find it. It will fail to find, and then it will, I'll crash for a different reason. That makes negative sense, actually. Wait, that makes negative sense, actually. It should load the config right away. What? You okay? Right, because it'll load. So what'll happen is that the class will initialize. It will load this stuff. It'll go to here, right? Because I want to reference this, right? So then it'll initialize this, which means it'll do this. That's crazy, bro. It's actually crazy. I feel like I should probably hit a syntax exception. I should hit like DDD's built-in syntax exception for config there. That's probably what I should end up hitting. No. Really? I instead hit another exception in initializer error. Did anything change? No, it's the same thing. Null pointer, line 97. On client category. On Ace. Wait, no, not on this. On this. On this. We hit a null pointer here because it doesn't exist yet. That's so jank. Is this color final? It is final. But like, how do you... Or was it because I made a change to the stupid config and it wasn't able to add the stuff that it needed to add? Like, was this just me? Am I just dumb? I might just be stupid. I might just be stupid. Shouldn't it... Hold up, shouldn't it... Okay, it should recreate it now because it doesn't exist. Recreate it, buddy boy. Regenerate the config, and then the regenerated config should have it there. I like so needed to regenerate the config anyway, so. What the hell? Brother. No, it doesn't work. The config is referenced before it's even loaded. That's the problem. The problem is the config is referenced before it is even loaded. Because now we're going from built-in to not quite exactly built-in. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Here is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fix this, alright? The way we're gonna fix this is we're going to go to here. No, actually, we're not even gonna go to here. We're not even gonna go to there. We're gonna go to... Interesting. DDD abstract damage type. Actually, no, I can put it here. Oh, this is different. I can put it here. Okay, here's what we will do. I will put a new method here, right? We'll even make it default. Actually, yeah, we'll make it default. Or I guess on register. Just have it do nothing. And then have this. Actually, I should have it here. So, you know what? Don't have this be like this. Yeah, here's what we will do. Here's what we will do. I only want this to be called once. Right? So we will... I don't want this to be called by anything else later, because that's going to be stupid. Because you can only be registered once. So then we go to here, right? I'm going to add a thing on register. We're going to make a final. And then we're going to have initialize. This is going to be... This is kind of weird, but I guess this works. And then set to true. Right, so then the built-in damage type only needs, so like this can't be overridden or whatever, and it does like this one thing. Right, and then this will have its initialize, where we set the color. Right? This is where the color actually gets set. I guess we should allow the color to be changeable. Set the color, boom. Then this is going to go here and it's going to do this dot color, or sorry, this dot set color, and we're going to do parse hex or throw, and I need to pass in the name. Now this name adds the DDD prefix if needed. I want to remove the DDD prefix, which is funny, but whatever. DDD damage type dot remove DDD prefix if present on this dot get name, get type name. Basically, now copy this down here, right? And telescope this if we don't have a color. So to like -1 or whatever. That way there is a default value for the color. Right? Let me get rid of this. And this, we just remove all references of color. Hope you're doing well, bud. Thanks, Eclipse, for coming by. Am I doing well? I am. We alive. That's what matters. So this should be super instead. Super. Remove this. Boom, right? Do this. Get rid of this. Does that work? Because now all of these will telescope down to this. The color won't be mentioned. It'll go here. Then on register, we will call our initialize. We will do that. Is this a roundabout way of doing it? Probably. Do I care? Not exactly. You know what I could do? That I actually can get behind this. I can get behind the following idea. All right. Be with me. Be with me. Put this here. Can I turn this capitalized or not capital? Can I do that with regex? No, because regex can't like capitalize something. That'd be interesting if I could. so use word boundaries. Alternatively, you can just match a few characters. Holy crap, dude. That's some advanced regex shit. I don't care about it. This is gonna be normal. Maybe it'd be better if I just do this. So we're gonna have normal, and then this is gonna be normal. Then we're gonna have slashing. What? Bro. Slashing. And then this is gonna be slashing. Piercing. Piercing. Bludgeoning. Bludgeoning. Acid. Cold. Fire. Force. I don't know what's next. Lightning, 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 lightning. Necrotic. Actually, I need to do this. Necrotic. Poison. Psychic. Radiant. Thunder. And then this is acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, radiant-y, yes, thunder. Now that I've defined them all here, I will now replace all instances. So it's going to be damage type names dot unknown. Damage type names dot normal. And we out here. Damage type names dot slashing. There should absolutely be a way to do this. I can definitely do here. How the heck does this even work? I don't know, but I think I can definitely do A to Z. A to Z. Plus. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. They should find this. Okay, so it finds that. Now, how do I replace this? I need to replace it with damage type names dot whatever, right? Like, before and after the dash, and then to replace it, you must put... Oh, wait! That's just a thing that you can just do? Hold on, can I just capture group that, and then /u, /u, /1? And then put a comma, and then space, and then asterisk. Okay, what if I replace you? Illegal Unicode escape sequence. Well, shit. Wait, I think I need to escape this. Illegal Unicode escape sequence. Oh, slash... Flash you're saying you want to capitalize the first character of a string that follows. Oh my gosh, this is like so complicated. Apparently, okay, so that's not a thing that's possible. Do I need /g? Slash G? Wait, no, /G. Wait, no, do the / for the G. /G. It put cold, but it didn't uppercase it. It put cold, but it did not uppercase it. Substitution. Match, capture group, before match, after match. Can I I want to fully capitalize the whole thing. Capitalize all letters. No, 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 no. Is that a thing? Can I do /u/u? Inserts the match text. No. You do not do. It should /u, but oh wait, maybe it's because this isn't a valid thing. Brother, no. Uppercase it, dude. Oh, and don't put the G. I'm so sad. Damn, that won't work. I like capture it and everything, and it just won't. Brother, I'm so sad. Alright, whatever, dude, you're... Nah. Well, you know what I can do? I can replace this with damage type names dot / dot insert the text. Oh shoot. And then I need a comma, a space, and then that. Yeah. Do this. And then just boop. What? Brother. Damage to... I forgot the S. You're joking! Okay. Oops. Wait, no, I need the D here. Boop, boop, boop. That took way longer than it needed to. Thank you for the hydrate. Reminder for everyone else to hydrate if needed. And also this, which I guess needs initialize, which does nothing. Okay, this will get replaced with damage type names backslash dot backslash 1 comma space. Bro, brother? What are you doing? Now that that's like that, now I know that they're linked to the same thing. There's no problem with any of that. That was a completely sidetracked thing. I now need to go to the registries. I need a damage type registry. I need the implementation of the registries. Now I will hard override register, because this will then take me to here where it does all of this stuff. And what we do is before we do that, we do obj dot on register. This will now set the type so that now when we do this, the key func that it applies, I mean, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't really need the color for its registration, but the point is that all that registration information is done beforehand, and then we're good. So then, when it tries to do this on registration thing, it'll call the implementation of this, which will be this, right? It'll call this implementation, and then it will call the initialize, whose implementation really only matters here, where it is when it will then set the color here, according to this, but does not set the color ahead of time. It sets the color later. Because the color isn't needed until later, right? So that's fine. I think that works. I might have forgotten something. I'm not sure what. Alright. You finished building. Awesome. I'm so proud of you. Throw this shit in here. Launch the game again. Do it! Please don't crash again. I'll be so sad. I will shed tears. Oh my god, it actually did it. We registered the types. It registered all the types correctly. Now, since it said it registered the type, it should have the colors correct now. And the colors should be configurable. It's French for configurable. It is not. Don't. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's something else. That doesn't matter. Alright, I'm glad that I've lost these brain cells. Very good. Client, built-in damage type colors, does all of this. Now these are now strings. Wow, this is actually, like, you could do this. Right? And, that's good. That's very good. Very, very important. Very important, very good. These aren't gonna have a tooltip defined because they aren't supposed to, but that's fine. So, now, assuming I didn't implode any universe when doing any of this, we should be able to load in and see the text there. Again, assuming I did not cause any universe to implode. Pretty sure I didn't do that, but I'm not sure. So far, so good. All right. Why is my diamond hoe arrested? That color's still good. Can I get something that has a bit of a... Oh, the spell distribution. There we go. Yeah, the colors are working correctly. Okay, good, good. Goody, goody, goody. Goody, goody, goody. There's a lot of config things I need to change here. Client armor color scheme red green armor tooltip format percent. What's the thing? Oh yeah, I can do relative. Damage distribution format is percent, right? That's what defaults do. Hurls as effect distribution format percent. What's the other option? Oh, that's the yeah for that. Whatever, that doesn't matter. Resistances color scheme red green. Never write info true. Show damage distribution tooltips for all items. Show mob damage on spawn items. Use damage type icon. Set that to true. Okay. Boop boop boop. There we go. Show me the money. The mola. Yeah. Okay. It works. Which is very very good. I had no idea you were even here. And now you're not. Okay, it got dark. Interesting. so that's that now working. Well, I should probably just confirm what color we want to change, and what color, what type do we want to change the color to, and what color do we want to change it to. Give me a type name and a color, I guess, and we'll test it like that. Something that's arguably easy to tell. We do like a cyan type thing. I don't think we have one of those. I guess I can change it on poison. Zero zero FFE5. Let's do that. And now we have to restart the game. Boop. And now the poison should look like weird, almost like frost color, but not exactly frost color. It'll be in between the like Minecraft aqua and the, I say frost, cold, whatever. It doesn't. It's the same shit. We'll check the poison. We'll check to see that it actually is different, and then I will probably change it back. Maybe. I don't know. Something like that. I don't have any poison here, so we can just look at the cave spider. Setting immunity is poison. Yeah, look, poison looks a little different now. I don't know if there's anything that inflicts poison damage. Bruh. Wait, there is. I got this wrong. Show mob damage on spawn items. Sway spider? No, cave spider. There we go. Yeah. So you can do that. All right, now you can change the color. Now poison is like this weird thing. All right, don't do that. I don't know why I contemplated doing that. Don't do that. Okay, so That seems good. That works. Very well. Very good, very good. So that's that. I don't need this stuff anymore. I'm pretty sure it all works. It loads correctly, so it should probably work. Pretty sure. Alright, let's close up some of these other things that I don't need. Okay, we got this. Boop-a-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, now we have this stuff, right? And this stuff, I don't know how I want to do this. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Like I sort of kind of know how we're gonna do it. I also kind of don't know at the same time. So what is the dealio here? The dealio here is this. Which is apparently in handlers. That's fair. So the dealio here is allegedly, apparently, this check is not great. This is a hash set. So, okay, the thing is, getting this entity ID is entity list.getKey. How expensive is an entity list.getKey? Get entry. This is a map. So the map should be what map is this? Get entity class map. What does this return? It's slave map. It's a, yeah, to get entity class map. Look at the implementation of this. Which is another map. Wow, okay, what map is this? It's a hash map. It's a hash map that has set slave map. Okay, I imagine it probably sets the slave map to a hash map. So use a hash map to get a hash map, and then that hash map, why is this a thing? Hmm. Hmm. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do is, you know what I think is faster, potentially? We have a whitelist of resource locations, right? Which is definitely useful. We can also have static final set of class objects. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Sets.new hash set. So, why are we doing this? The idea behind this is that I can check an entity. I can see if an entity is on the whitelist. If they're on this whitelist, then I will add their class to this whitelist. And I will now check their class first. So instead of going all the way to go, let's get this map and this map and this map, and then let's search this and search this so that I can get their resource location, I can just check their class. And then if their class is valid, then boom. If their class is not valid, then it would get the whitelist again. Which is why we'll have a class whitelist and we'll have a class blacklist. As we search, we will slowly add to this blacklist, or we will slowly add to these lists. So that if we check a parrot or whatever, right? A parrot's not going to be on the whitelist, so we'll add to the blacklist. And next time we see an entity parrot class, we know, boom, that's not it. It's in the blacklist, so it doesn't count. Right? So the should start tracking is going to be if entity.getClass, or if class blacklist.contains entity.getClass, then we will return false, because we're never supposed to track this entity. This will immediately get stuff out, right? Then what we're going to do is we're going to do y resources dot I guess then we need if class whitelist dot contains entity dot get class. I guess I should have this be class question mark extends entity living base entity class equals entity dot get class. And then we'll just do entity class here. So if the class blacklist contains it, we're definitely not doing it. If the class whitelist contains it, then we need to just return is in daylight for the entity. That's the only thing we need to check, because we know that it's valid. Otherwise, now we do the Y resources dot get entity ID. For the entity, dot filter yeah, whitelist contains dot map we're going to do class whitelist dot add entity class. We can do this because this is all read outside the class stuff, or this is all read only stuff. So we can definitely do that, and then we will return itself. It's just going to be an identity function that's just going to do that. We're just basically creating a function that's going to have a side effect of adding it to that. Dot if and we need a supplier. Dot or else supply or else get. We're going to do this where we're going to do class blacklist dot add entity class and then return false. So this is now mapped to a Boolean. So now get. Wait, no. Or else get. Oh, did we just return this? So what this should do is it should now add stuff to a blacklist or a whitelist. If the class is in the blacklist, then we're not going to do anything. If the class is in the whitelist, then we know the entity is something that should be checked, right? So what this is going to do is that this is going to eliminate a whole lot of stuff like bats, chickens, cows, everything that is not going to absolutely be in the whitelist are now going to get filtered out very, very quickly, right? And then only if we hit something that's in the whitelist are we going to actually do this. And then our is in daylight is we're going to check if it's daytime. And now we want to check to see what the most expensive operation is. And whatever the most expensive operation is, we're going to want to do that most expensive operation last. So the is daytime check. It's going to get the is provider is daytime, world gets skylight subtracted. How expensive is this? This is just a simple getter, basically. Okay, so this is an extremely cheap operation. So whenever it's not daytime, easy peasy. Then the brightness check. What is this going to be? Okay, let's now add, let's move, because this is easy. So we're going to swap these predicates around. I should have done that better, whatever. We're going to swap those predicates around. Because this is a very simple getter. This is a mostly simple getter. And then which one of these operations is better? Whichever operation is easier, we're gonna do. Unless there's a slightly better way. Okay, I'm gonna have to check some stuff. Open type hierarchy. Entity living. Entity creature. Entity mob. Let's check the abstract skeleton. Because if it's daytime, we get the brightness. This dot get brightness. And it does some stuff with boats or whatever, which is fine. And then if f is greater than 0.5 f, we do this. And rand next float 30, this, just some arbitrary of how fast it catches fire, right? So that's fair. And this dot world dot can see sky. Then it does that, then it sets it on fire, right? And there's no property of, you know, this mob should burn in the day or whatever. There's no such property. It checks brightness first, and then it checks world.can-see-sky. Get chunk, can see sky. Get chunk, chunk provider, provide chunk. And the get brightness. World.isBlock loaded. Block pause, mutable block pause, that's set Y, it adds eye height, and then it gets the light brightness. That's actually not the worst, depending on how bad this is. Get light brightness table. Get light from neighbors. Get light. It's kind of an expensive operation. So now for every entity that should be in the whitelist, right? Because what it was before is that it was checking if it was in daylight for like every entity, which means every entity, every tick, check if it's daylight. Which, okay, yeah, the order of the operations is probably not great, but this should be better. Debug out the class. Entity class dot get name. Thank you for the subscription, Lizzie. A whole 13 months. That's a lot of time. Yeah, thank you for the resub. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Oops, that's not supposed to be like that. I just want to do this just to confirm that it's like only adding each class like once. All right, and stretched. Yes, and stretched. Big stretch. You know what I can do while I do big stretch? I can build this. Build it. I don't know if this is gonna work really well. I need to figure out how to like profile it or whatever. All right, let's check this. All right, let's check this. What I want to do now is see if this works. I mean, the problem is that I have like no like decent way of knowing. The one thing I want to check though is are Aren't we only checking each entity like once or whatever, right? Like that's what matters. From the whitelist. It's like a small tiny optimization which could be useful. Okay. I need to have this over here so that I can see like what classes are being added to like each thing, and like it should only be added once. Rolling. Yeah, we rolling. This should be... Okay, so tracker registered. Uh... Where I debugged the class name. Unless I can't check on this. Okay. What am I looking for? You. Development tools. Enabled. Show damage info. Show damage classification. Sure. Oh yeah, and I have it here. Wow, nice. Okay, cool. It is saying it's like radiant, right? So it's like it's doing that. But it's not printing out the class. You're supposed to print it out. Unless Should start tracking entity. It's not tracking to remove the entity ID. Yeah, but that's different. Should start tracking should go to this, right? Where it checks the blacklist and the whitelist. But these things are empty. So, since they're empty, it should go here. Okay, let's check something. Actually, I can check this over here. Can you move? Oh my gosh, you literally can't move. You're that stupid. Okay, it is classifying it as fire there. Nice, you're great. Okay, so it like straight up recognizes that that should be fire and that this should be not fire. Or this should be not fire. But then why is it not showing up there? Did I not save it when I did that? I swore I did. I swore I did. I know what the problem was. I know what the problem was. Because I regenerated the config, debug mode was turned off. You need to turn it back on. That's great. Love that for me. The code is doing exactly what it should be doing. In theory. And why is it now taking an age and a half to load the game? Hello? There we go. Still good. And then we're gonna change the thing to have the debug mode on once this loads. What is this? Okay, I'm not sure. There we go. Now we got the debug working correct. So, entity player MP, entity player SP. I do not burn in sunlight. Good. Entity player creeper. Entity player creeper? No. Goodbye. And now, zombie should be there. Entity zombie. And then something like a husk should be, it should still be a separate class, right? Yeah, entity husk, right? It's a separate class. It's, get back out of here. Right, so that's good so far. And the silverfish, obviously, like, so, like, it's getting each class only once. And it still knows the difference. So, and now on me, the player, what it's doing is it's going, oh, you're a player. You aren't on the list of the fuckers to burn. Get out of here. But for zombies, it'll go, oh, you're a zombie. Okay. Right, like if I get a zombie. And I put a zombie here, it's gonna say, oh, you're a zombie, right? Let's check. Is it daytime? It's daytime. Okay, let's now also check. Are you, what's the brightness at your place? The brightness at your place is, well, like bright enough, right? And then it's gonna check. Okay, does the block see the sky? No. And now you're not gonna burn. Now there could be an argument to be made that I don't know how this works in like the Nether or the End or whatever. Because it shouldn't do that, right? Like, and it doesn't do it for things like this item because it's an item, so. Okay, the question then is, does a daytime check just get completely bypassed in another, or probably, right? Besides, there's only a handful of mobs that actually burn in the daylight. Zombies, skeletons, like some skeleton variants, but not all of them. Some zombie variants, but not all of them. And so this should limit the amount of checks done to, like, just them, right? So, I don't know, I feel like that works. But I don't know how well it works, honestly. So, what I was told is accounting for over 1% of an entire average tick performance on a Spark profile. Now, how do I do this? Performance profiler. Oh, it's just a mod? You're just a mod that exists? Spark is a performance profile for Minecraft clients, servers, and proxies. Spark is made up of a number of components, each detailed separately below. Spark's profile can be used to diagnose performance issues. Lightweight, easy to use, quick to produce results, customizable memory inspection. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, yeah, I heard enough. I just gotta get this. What the heck is this? While there are versions of Spark on the original CurseForge 1.12.2, those versions are heavily outdated and missing many new quality life features. Okay, so we're just gonna get this one. Funny backported Spark to, well, funny backported better Spark, I guess. I don't really know. To 1.12. And of course, there is another version of well, okay, yep, not getting involved in that. Just gonna completely ignore all that altogether. Now, I should be able to, with Spark, check to see how much performance there is. I'm looking to hit under 1% of the average tick performance. I don't know if it will. We're gonna load up a completely vanilla world. We're gonna check there, right? And then if that works, we will check. I think this works. I see no reason to delay the ticks to, like, what did they say? What? Here's this frequency of excessive skylight checks for performance. I think that's, yeah, not necessary. Though I'm not too sure. Like, I straight up recognize that the order in which I did the checks for daylight was wrong. I was checking if it was daylight first on, like, every entity, which means every entity is gonna, well, every living entity is gonna have this check where it's gonna check to see if they should burn, even though they shouldn't burn. So this should be better, but the question is it better enough. Probably, hopefully, likely. I don't know how Spark works. Okay, I think there's just commands that you use in-game. We're just gonna make a straight up normal world. Yeah, okay. Do that. What stuff is dying here? There's a fucking Arasaur or some shit. That's dying here. No, go back to the bottom. Bruh, go back to the bottom. Okay. I'm checking. Okay. The Thaumcraft and Tech Guns are fucking being a genius right now. Love that for them. But we're not gonna worry about it. They're causing apparently cascading world lag. Which you gotta love that. You gotta love the cascading world lag. Okay, so now I should be able to. What in fuck's name are you? Oh, you're from Grimorkai. Okay, whatever. Not gonna worry about that. We're going to. I guess it's Spark C. What are the options here? Spark C help. But then what's regular Spark? What the fuck is the difference? Not sure. It's like doing the same thing. Whatever, I'm just gonna do slash spark. Oh, the port heap dump, heap summary, ping, profiler, info. Profiler is already running. It was started automatically when Spark enabled and has been running in the background for 3 minutes 23 seconds. Stop the profile and upload the results. Run. Stop. To cancel the profile without uploading the results, run cancel. Okay. Well, I don't know. I think we'll stop now. And uploading results. Please wait. Okay. Yes, open the link. Okay, the graph below shows key metrics. Okay, here's I'm gonna show you what we got going on here. I have profiled apparently. What do we got? Where is? Here you are. Put this over here. Okay. This is what yeah, this seems good. All right, look, this is the profiling that we're doing. So I don't know how you account for things. Okay, so this is the widgets. TPS, MSTPS, entities. How do we check the other stuff? Oh, wait, this is probably the breakdown. Integrated server.tick. Minecraft server.tick. I gotta find where it says DDD somewhere here. Okay, that is not the right thing. World server tick. Tick updates. It should be. No. Is it gonna be the world server tick? Pre-world tick? World tick event. This is not the entity tick event. Yeah, okay, so we don't care about this, we care about this, right? It should be here, probably. Update time and light entities. Update entities. Update entity. On update. On living update. Living update event invoke. No? Wait, when should this be? When is this done? On, it's on living update, on living up. That's where it is. But why am I opening random things? Okay, Forge Hooks on living update post invoke. FX events living update event invoke. I don't know what. Just check the rest of these. I don't know. This is potion effects. That's that. Abstract tracker. We're 0.09%. That's good. Okay. Look, this is arguably worse. Look at that. 0.02%. Let's go. I'd say, because it was accounting for 1% of it was averaging. What'd they say? These checks were accounting for over 1% of an entire average tick performance. Look at that. And now I have gone from over 1% to 0.02%. That is good and should hopefully solve the problem. While still allowing it to do it every tick. It's now only 0.02% on the should start tracking. So now I am accounting for less than 0.1% of an entire tick performance. On my development build now, which is good, but I don't know how that would differ if this has like RLCraft and stuff in. It probably shouldn't be that bad. Alright, snip the fuck out of this. Maybe I have like the wrong information. I don't know, but this is the information that I'm going to be sending on over. Snip this. Snip this. Wait, no, don't snip it like that. Snip it like this. Alright, cool. Cool. Now, is there anything else that is good to know? So that's entity living on update, right? And it's not even like the worst thing. So I'm gonna see, is there anything else that's like that bad performance-wise that DDD is doing that I can like try and fix? Like the worst stuff is here, right? Like this is the worst it gets. Wherever it was. Yeah, entity living on update. And then it's the forge hooks. Yeah, and then we're just we were this one. Which is not bad compared to Lycanite's mobs and compared to that. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. I think we theoretically fixed the problem. Now, I probably should have profiled before and after. But you know what? I don't need to profile before and after, and here's why. Because I can have someone else do it for me, basically. Because I've checked this, and this seems decent, right? Now what I can do is I can pass this off and be like, okay, I've made some changes. I believe these changes improve the performance and make it like a lot better. And it's not just a band-aid solution, because originally what Fonny was attempting to do to fix the problem was just a band-aid solution of not trying to do the check every tick, which doesn't even address the main problem. It just kind of like shoves it under the rug, which given the fact that they weren't actually editing the code and they were just, I guess, making a mix-in for it, it's valid, right? But it doesn't fix the problem. We should probably fix the problem. So I believe this should fix the problem drastically. Which is what we are talking about, dude. Let me check a status on this. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna go like too ham and some of the other stuff. I'm going to believe that the performance is fixed, right? Which means now we just have DDD shields with mix-ins and we have Ender skills compat. And then we're good. And then that's a 1.9 basically done, right? Unless I've missed anything. I'll like have to double check the issue tracker and stuff, but I'm pretty sure like this is everything. So yeah, that's pretty good. We actually kind of got this going. Thank you for your hydrate, Eclipse. Everyone else, please hydrate if necessary. Important to stay hydrated during the summer. And that is my entire glass of water. Which is perfect, because this is about where I'm going to wrap too. We have seen the inner workings. We have taken a glimpse beyond the veil. I guess. And beyond the veil is unfathomable stars, black eyes, gnashing mouths, and other eldritch horrors beyond human comprehension. That's what we have witnessed today. Speaking of which, I'm gonna get put down now. I'd rather continue to live in delusion. So, yeah. Enjoy your euthanasia. I will! Yay!